Good afternoon. I'd like to call the public meeting to order. For attendance, all the trustees are here except for Ron Leclerc, who sends regrets. And we are expecting Trustee Burgess to join us. Okay, could I have a motion to approve the agenda? Trustee Sipcar, Trustee Nelson, all those in support? That's carried. Thank you very much. Could I have a motion to convene to private session? Trustee McKinley and Buckler, all in support? That's carried. Thank you very much. We're now convened to private session, and we will be back in public at 7 p.m. Thank you.
7 o'clock. We'll start with the land acknowledgement when Trustee McKinley.
Good evening. We acknowledge that we are on land and surrounded by water originally inhabited by Indigenous peoples who have traveled this area since time immemorial. This territory is within the lands honored by the Wampum Treaties, agreements between the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenni Lenape, and allied nations to peacefully share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. Specifically, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Huron-Wendat peoples and the Three Fires Confederacy, Ojibwe, Odawa, Potawatomi. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture while remaining committed to moving forward respectfully with all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McKinley. I'm just going to take a second here to remind everyone that this is a business meeting of the board. All discussions and materials must be free of content which is contrary to the Ontario human rights and other laws of Ontario and Canada. All behavior must be courteous and respectful at all times. A person whose behavior disrupts a meeting or whose remarks are felt to be offensive or inappropriate will be called to order and given an immediate opportunity to withdraw the remarks. Refusal may result in eviction from the meeting. So with that, I'm going to go into attendance. We have all trustees present, including our student trustee. Oh, she moved on me. Our student trustees, Ron Leclerc has sent his regrets for this evening. Can I have approval of the agenda? Trustee Simcoe Hatfield, Trustee Burgess, all in favor? Any declarations of conflict of interest tonight? Seeing none. And I have approval of the minutes, please. Approval of the minutes, Trustee Cook, Trustee Sipcar, all in favor? Oh, Trustee Chin.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. in the minutes on page 2, notice of motion on April 4th. And in the notice of motion, it is that Trustee Chin noted that she wanted to move a motion regarding flying the Christian flag. Christian Chairperson Leclerc ruled the motion out of order as it had been previously ruled out of order. Oh, no, it's... Oh, sorry, it's on the operations and finance gender. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. So all in favor of the minutes? Okay, with that, do we have any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, we're going to go on with our presentations that I'm very excited about, and I hope you all enjoy. Dr. Howard has put a lot of work into this at my request, and I'm very excited to have this presentation tonight. Thank you, Dr. Howard.
Good evening, everyone. I'm pleased to bring a presentation of an update of mathematics, literacy, specifically reading and writing and science, with pre-pandemic information and post-pandemic information and our response in support of students. You will note that it is a report in your package starting on page 15 to 57. So this is an overview of the detailed report for you. So on the first slide here, I'm going to highlight EQAO results. And I'd first like to start off with a proviso that the primary and junior and intermediate assessments are incomparable to the past. So they should not be compared because the mode of the test and the test scoring method, so the mode of the test has been digitized for one, so it's been modernized, and the scoring method of the test, which has taken a form of a computer adaptive form. When students are taking a test, it starts at a medium hard range and then adapts accordingly to the student in response to their questions, is very different from the previous test that was in place, as well as the question types are not the same. For example, in mathematics, there are no longer open response questions. They have multiple choice questions, but in multiple forms. So they have single response, multiple choice, as well as drop down menu and drop and drag, which is not at all what the students would have ever been acclimatized prior to this digitized assessment. So I just really want to make that aware to people. So you'll see on the slide that pre-pandemic, our scores were 56 and 52 for grade 3 mathematics. 56 and 47, and then respectively moved to 52 and 41 with a drop of 4% and a drop of 6%. So the pandemic had an impact on the assessment or the results of the assessment, but I also think the new assessment is something for the students to get used to. So it's very difficult because you're not comparing apples to apples, you're comparing apples to oranges. In addition, prior to the pandemic, we do system monitoring in the system. So in 2018-19, and you'll see this on page 17 of the report, that we had prime assessment conducted in 29 of our schools with our math leadership and learning project schools and our coaching schools. And it was focused on grade 3 and 6 students, and it also conducted a survey around teacher confidence in the area of teaching mathematics. And the results from this survey in 2018 were being compared to the survey that we conducted during the math task force. Post-pandemic, in 2020-21, also on page 17 of the report, the prime assessment was conducted in 10 of our schools, and we focused specifically on grade 2, 5, and 8. And there was a shift in the target of students, specifically in trying to preempt and provide more targeted opportunity to students in advance to them taking the assessment. In 2021 and 22, prime again was used as the tool, and it was conducted in 13 of our schools with grades kindergarten, year 2 of kindergarten 1, 2, and 3. And we shifted that way because our resources in human capital were shifted to the primary area. So you'll see on page 9 of the report that 19 of the report, that there's a demonstrated change in the score moving from 3.9 to 4.5 in average on the prime assessment. So I have to state too, the prime assessment, the one challenge that we have in mathematics is we don't have a universal tool to measure. So it makes it super difficult. And prime measures a range, not a grade, a range in mathematics. And then in this year, 2022-23, with that post-pandemic data, we've shifted to Knowledge Hook. Because the test has been digitized, we've gone to a digitized format of doing a pre and post assessment. So we've gone to 13 schools, and with grades 3 to 8, they do a launch test with the students, and it's in response to the EQAO change of format. We've done pre-data assessment, you'll see on page 19 of the report, but we haven't done our post-data assessment. Actually, a message just went out, and that collection will be happening during this month. In response to what has happened during the pandemic and the aftermath of it, the priorities in mathematics have been specifically in re-engaging and re-inspiring the math vision that was espoused with the math task force, and support of the implementation of board resources. We're a very heavily rich resource board, and it's about fidelity of implementation and use of those resources. So that is the space that we've taken on in doing that work. Support of the implementation of the new curriculum, because that was released during the pandemic, which was challenging for our dedicated teachers, and also in support of the implementation of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, NCTM, the 8 effective teaching practices to build mathematical proficiency with teachers, again, part of the math task force work, and address significant gaps in recovering from the pandemic. And of course, we used tutoring dollars to help to enhance as well. So what did that look like? We provided, particularly this year, System PD with 3 math leads and the LST. Principals couldn't go to the sessions because they were needed to be in the building due to shortages in staff. So, but the teachers were hungry for the learning, like very hungry for the learning, and it was wonderful for them to engage in professional development. Those sessions were followed with what we call school-based learning days. So after they go as a team, they learn together, then they go back and implement some ideas, and then they regroup at the school to deepen their learning around the implementation of the resources and the strategies. We also had early intervention coaches in 13 of our schools. Those are 5 people. Again, the focus is in the area of primary, and then early intervention teachers, we use some of the tutoring dollars to support that, and that was highly effective. You'll see on page 20 of the support of the report, the demonstrated impact of the early interventions teachers ranged from 87.2 to 97% of the percentage of students demonstrating improvement, with an average increase for students from 19% to 30% improvement. So that was very, very effective. And then we also had the review of our resources. So we had to align a new resource. We had been waiting and waiting and waiting for the math curriculum to come out. And we just, I presented this just recently with a math update, but we have Mathology for junior level teachers to be implemented for the start of the year. We're releasing that for teachers who are interested now and starting to dabble with the use of the resource, and PD also in the summer. The intermediate resource review ends this month, and then we will be launching the primary resource review, and that's done in a collaborative fashion with teachers from our classroom from across the system who volunteer and say we want to engage in the work to determine what that tool is. Boots on the ground in the classrooms, giving us honest feedback. And then also we had a secondary math coach as well. So for reading and writing, okay, I'm going to make the same proviso again. The assessment is not the same. For the OSSLT, it's also incomparable to past years. The mode of the test as well as the questions were not the same. The testing period was different. There was a 6-week testing period for the EQAO assessments, and then there's 2 periods of the OSSLT in secondary, so very different. Now you see the results there that for grade 3, pre-pandemic 71, reading went down to 67, so there was a drop of 4%. For grade 6, there was a drop of 2%. Grade 3, there was a drop of 10%, and grade 6, there was a drop of 1%. And we think that the digital assessment did have an impact with that. There's a lack. Actually, our data showed that many of our students did not have a computer device, which I think impacted in right now in our schools where the IT department has worked furiously to continue to build that in our schools, but that takes time coming in after the pandemic. So the kids don't have as much time using the digital equipment as maybe they once did. So we feel that that's had an impact. It's also interesting, the face of the assessment is very different as well. So pre-pandemic in 2018-19, sorry, I didn't flip the slide there, my apologies. In 2018-19, we did a system-wide assessment with writing where we collected sample writing from marker students from every school in the board in elementary, and we moderated that work with central office staff and teachers from schools, and we shared those results as a benchmark for schools. That year we couldn't do writing PD, there was ramping up of job action and we weren't able to release for professional development. And there was no reading monitoring that occurred that year due to a lack of funds. But there was Lexia support at that time. So we did have one good iron in the fire there. Post-pandemic, reading moderation for students from grades 2, 5, and 8 and 15 of our schools were conducted. But we could not do writing PD that year once again. It was halted. So I'm going to make a statement, and I've said it before, so for those of you who have heard me say it, the repercussions of the lack of professional development will rift in the system for years. The investment in staff is really, really important, and I know our teachers are eager to continue to learn and refine their craft. And then we had the reading moderation use of DRA with students that year. And you'll see on page 26 of the report, there was an average gain of 26 to 49%, and that is of 8 levels or more in the DRA assessment. But they were smaller groups of students that we assessed, so it was a small sample size. And then in 2021-22, student writing in both French and English, and I've presented this previously, it was in grades 4 and 7. Again, a smaller group of from 36 schools though. English reading assessments with all year 2 kindergarten students through to grade 3 using Quick Phonics Screener and Sound Foundations, and then French reading assessments with EDAPAL, and year 2 with grade 2 to grade 2 students in 6 schools. So that's when we were just starting, we were doing the advanced work of the science of reading, be preemptive to the report happening. And then in 2023, actually, you'll see the levels of the writing on page 27. But in 2022-23, the reading assessment in 9 of our English schools and 1 of our French schools, that's when reading, the science of reading really got stronger, and all students were assessed in kindergarten, year 2 of kindergarten through to grade 2. We had a pre, mid, and post assessment. That post assessment hasn't been yet collected for May. It's in the process of being done. And you can see on page 28, there's an increase of 52 to 64% increase of 10% or more with those assessments. So there's some really good work happening with the reading work in our schools. Writing was canceled again this year due to the lack of availability to release teachers. And we look forward, however, to building the writing in with the reading PD next year, because we have to find ways of reaching our staff with this work. The elementary response included a review of all reading interventions with a focus of the science of reading, including our book rooms. The book rooms haven't all been revamped, but we have the resources for that, and we hope to do that towards the end of this year now and into the fall. There was a pilot with 10 of our schools with the Acadience tool and EDAPAL for French. And I want you to notice, though, that I think it's on page 36 and 37. You'll see, and I wanted to just explain this to people, that you'll see that there's different scales that are used, and you see the red may increase. So I want to express students are improving, but the target is moving at different points of the year. So although it may look like students are digressing, they're actually improving when we drill down to individual student reports, but it's the target that's moving throughout the year. I hope that makes sense. Okay? They are getting better when you look at the drill down data, but when you look at the overall, unless I wanted to break confidentiality about individual students, that's the best that I can share publicly. But because that target is moving, it's not necessarily evident there. We also did purchased Haggerty Phonics Awareness, as well as UFly, the University of Florida Institute Foundations resources for grades 1 to 3. B for reading for kindergarten, Pratique Phonétique, and Sonographe for immersion schools. new book room materials for French and English, including decodable books. We created a Brightspace module called Growing Literacy with all of the resources and all the modules in there for at your fingertip support for teachers, as well as the development of instructional videos for principals to use with teachers, and the purchase of SOAR reading kits for every classroom, including our LST and RISE classrooms. And then, of course, we had our early intervention coaches and our early intervention coaches and our early intervention teachers that we had for a short period that were our tutors. For secondary, there was an expansion of the Lexia program, which was fantastic, a creation of digital resources to guide and support the OSSLT, predictive data, and I really need to acknowledge the work of Jason Lin in that process and helping schools to determine trajectories of students from grade 3 and 6 to grade 9. And then our special assignment teachers, they visited over 150 teachers throughout the system, promoting research-based practices and strategies, as well as development for locally developed English teachers and lunch and learns across the system and books to support diversity and equity. So for science, there is no assessment for science that we use. However, we do participate in the International Assessment of Trends in Mathematics and Science, the TIMSS. And we do participate. We're not able to determine what our scores are, but just for your interest, in Ontario, we scored 523 as a mean, which was over and above the score of 500 in Canada and 524 in the province of Ontario. And in Ontario, that was for grade 4. And then in grade 8, in Ontario, we had a mean score of 522 when the international score was 500. But Quebec was a little bit higher with 537. So what's new with the science that happened just last spring is the new curriculum with changes 1 to 8 and the de-streamed grade 9 science curriculum was all released in May for implementation 2022 September. And so what's new in the curriculum? So the biggest highlights are there is a component around the new science and engineering design processes, and that's really about identifying an issue, a problem, exploring ideas through inquiry about possible solutions, developing a plan and developing prototypes, and then actually experimenting if the prototype works, and then going back to the drawing board until you get a prototype that works. So it's really a great process for students to engage in. They have had a reduction in the number of expectations in the science curriculum, and there's also a component around climate change. And then the new curriculum includes that highlight of the science and engineering design process, as well as coding skills, trades, and emerging tech in the curriculum. And in the science grade 9 de-streamed, the changes are very similar with a focus on connecting science to the changing world, including the economy, and in addition to focusing on technology, society, and the environment. And there's an integrated approach to developing a language of science, science literacy for students. And then there's new skills included around STEM skills and connections and contributions to science and technology, as well as that engineering design and hands-on experiential learning with climate change. And that component around Indigenous education and perspectives is really looking at things like conservation of water and access to clean water from that perspective. So what did we do in response to the change of this? Of course, this, unfortunately, I should say, this comes with no money attached to it, but we did do our very best to bring information to teachers. So we offered sessions in the summer around the modernized science curriculum. And then in the fall, we invited teachers from every school, a primary, junior, and intermediate representative to engage in learning around the new curriculum. Again, very, very positive received by teachers. They want to engage and do that learning because they want to do the right work in the classroom. And then professional development for our secondary panel included 6 mini workshops where they invited members from each secondary school. And some of our larger schools, they got to send more people. Then there was a February 1st session that was pre-recorded around STEM and tech and skilled trades, and there was a hands-on component to that for all of our teachers. Even that teach beyond STEM courses. And then we just had science-specific PD at the University of Windsor. There were 9 sessions facilitated by the University of Windsor professors and the science people here from our board, which was extremely well received by our teachers, actually last Friday. And then tutoring, the ministry presented a scaffolded approach to the release of funding around the tutoring funds, and we did our very best. Boards were scrambling across the province to try to make that work because it was a real scaffolded approach to the announcement. So we had in-person tutoring. The best that we could do was we put posts out to the system, because the idea was, I'm a teacher in a classroom, I'm finished teaching, I close my door, I walk up the hall, and I'm teaching students in my school which I already have relationships with. So we had that in quite a number of schools. We also offered a virtual homework help online, which was like, I'm sitting at the kitchen table and I'm frustrated. What do I do? Click, click, and somebody is available to you, either French or English, that we offered for a predominant amount of the year. Knowledge Hook also offers a tutoring component. We continued our Open Minds tutoring program and tutoring to our Black students, as well as the Black, African, and Caribbean students Lexia tutoring program that was supported through special education, and our after-school Lexia tutoring program that was supported through special education and derived from the work of working with the IEAC. We worked with some of our community partners, the Learning Disabilities Association and the United Way. And then we had our school-based, in-school, during school time, providing small group instruction to students that were very effective. And then we offered it in our summer learning program last year, where hundreds of students had direct support for literacy and numeracy every morning. So essentially we worked with, sorry I didn't show that, essentially we worked with about 1,900 students across the system with our tutoring program, not to mention the tutors that were, the students that were impacted through our Knowledge Hook program, which was well over 1,000 students. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I know Trustee Burgess is in the queue already.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a few, and some of them were answered, with the rest of it, so that's great. Let me get the pages because I made notes. This is a broad question, but you talked about how the nature of EQAO and assessments were, and that there was something that generated like a computer kind of median and adapted or whatever. So my question is actually, I'm just going to use the easy word and say Chat GBT. But, will assessment tools like Chat GPT kind of things, things that generate English language, I guess there's a francophone version, I don't know it, help in any way or skew things for writing assessment when a test is in progress and you don't have access to software like that? Or will it help our teachers assess some things in any of this diagnostic stuff in order to help move things forward? Because writing is always something that we have struggled with historically. I'm just concerned, reading obviously all of it, but I mean, writing is something that we just can't seem to kind of break the, the thing. And I'm wondering if there's any risk areas associated with it, or if there are areas that need PD or support.
So I'm going to talk about the assessment. One of the changes with the assessment is that students have access to tools within the assessment, all digital tools. So you can have the assessment read to you. That's one of the tools that they have. Yeah, they do. There are measurement tools, there are calculators, there are all kinds of tools that are accessible to students. But I think one of the challenges is becoming familiarized with this new assessment, because I think there were some children that were, and we watched it happen, click, 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 like we can't intervene while they're answering the test. But we've done an investment this year in PD for all grade 3 and 6 teachers in supporting the students in preparation for the assessment and the practice assessment, so that and there's another piece, there's a progress bar on it, and it's digital, and it kind of almost looks like a game, in that it stars as you're progressing with the test, which makes you think that you are achieving well, but all it's indicating is that you have progressed and completed the question. So students need to get back in the habit of going back and reviewing their work, but the digital assessment makes them feel like, oh, I've got this, so just go on to the next thing and don't go back and reassess, type of thing. So in terms of GBT, you can speak to my colleagues. We've had a cursory conversation about GBT. I don't know if anybody wants to speak to it. But I personally feel that's something that we need to embrace more rather than fight, because, yeah, assistive technology is here to stay.
Any other questions before Trustee Chin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. And this is my 5th year to be a trustee. And as far as I know, since I was a trustee, the math level is decreasing every year, almost every year. So I think it has caused our concerns about how we could, give quality education and put the students' achievement first. So and also based on the provincial government that they are making the legislation that we are taking action to refocus Ontario's education system on what really matters, strengthening reading, writing, and math skills. Our proposed legislation would center the education system on preparing students to succeed in life and work, putting more highly qualified educators in the classroom while ensuring parents have the information they need at their fingertips to support their kids. And those kind of new change of our legislation. So and also based on we have a budget consultation survey report. Even though it's regarding the budget, it still shows a lot of opinions from parents and from communities, stakeholders, and their concerns. And a lot.
Excuse me, Trustee Kin. Is there a question there? Just is there a question? We need a question to come out.
My question is that we have concerns about the PD days. The teacher complained that we have too much anti-racist PD. Our school and board do not require this much. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know. It's regarding education. What I mean is that the opinion is from the community. It's from the government and also from the community. So I wonder if we to fulfill this
Point of order, Madam Chair.
kind of.
Point of order. Could you clarify whether or not PD directives are not part of a collective agreement and provincial initiatives, that we have some restriction in order to direct our staff?
Absolutely, especially at this time. And I know Superintendent Howard is sharing with us everything we are doing. If you just have to listen and get excited and embrace all that she's doing within her powers right now to get our kids up to speed and all the work she has done. And if you have a question, you really need to get to it, because we have other questions coming.
My point, Madam, was that it's part of a collective agreement. We don't discuss. We can discuss what were directed from the provincial initiatives that we must have in our limited number of PD days. That's my question. For point of order.
Okay, my question is that how can we really accommodate this kind of change and fulfill the objectives of both the government and the communities to focus on really quality education and student achievement? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I would start by saying that families and the district school boards across the province, including the Greater Essex, and the ministry has always had a focus of improving student achievement. I don't think that has ever wavered. Even prior governments, the whole time prior to the pandemic, during the pandemic, there's a focus on improving student achievement and also student well-being and inclusivity for all students. So there are a limited number of professional development days. We do get a directive from the ministry indicating these are the things that we want you to cover that far supersede the number of professional development days that we have. So it's like a puzzle, and it's not my work, it's the collective work of the senior team in doing this work and working earnestly with our unions and working with our teachers and our support staff and administrators to make this a reality in our system, with many complications coming through continuously, including a global pandemic that kind of fell in between there, right? And so no sooner do we start to gain momentum that something is happening. And I'm not making excuses. I'm not making excuses at all. It's complicated work. And when you're talking about fidelity of implementation of programming and resources and program, that is no easy task to do with a staff of almost 5,000, of which almost 4,000 are teachers and support staff. And they want to do the good work. But there's lots of things that are happening in between there that make it challenging. And not only to mention students coming through a pandemic and staff coming through a pandemic, whereby we need to prioritize Maslow over Bloom. We need to consider the well-being of our students and the well-being of our staff. So in saying that, it's a priority for everyone. I think we're all on the same team here. We want to do the good work, and we need to work together to do that. And the only way that we can do that is to keep open lines of communication and keep the focus on the work. And that work also includes equity and inclusion.
Trustee Burgess had a supplemental first. For Trustee Chin, any others? Any others? Go to your second question, Trustee Burgess, and then I'll give Trustee Chin hers.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My question is about EQAO, because there have been so many remarkable differences. I wonder if we kind of draw a new datum line, you know what I mean, and say, this is a fresh start, like rebrand it something else, because you said incomparable. When I think of something that's incomparable, I think it's, wow, that's incomparable, marvelous. No, it's, then you clarified it by saying you can't compare. It's very difficult. So I appreciate seeing pre-pandemic. I saw post-pandemic, and I would say 21, 22 wasn't post-pandemic, but I know what you mean. It means the pandemic has started, so, we're in the thick of it, and things are different. Learning is different. You're at home with a device or whatever. I want to ask about the other thing, though, that should, even if we start with that new datum line and we've got EQAO, it's on page 26 of our package, and I think is that 26 of the report or just our package maybe? 26 of our package maybe. So in the past, all students, including those who didn't participate and those who were exempt, were counted in the overall school and board scores. Now it's only the fully participating students who are counting towards those overall scores. Absent and exempted students are counted as no data rather than having a score of 0. That's a remarkable change for us. Like, it's a huge change for us because we always counted everybody. And I would say that for the 72 school boards across the province, not everybody had that practice. You could say even ethic for that matter, but many boards encourage students to just stay home for the day because, rather than, it was better to be absent than try something, and then they weren't counted, and we always counted ours. So how is that going to affect us? Because that is new, so we would be looking at something different.
I see that as a good change. It's something that we advocated for a long time, and in particular, we are one of the most diverse cities in all of Canada. People are surprised by that, but we jockey back and forth between the third and fourth most diverse city in Canada, which is something that we should celebrate. But there are complexities in serving the community with that, and one of them was when we conducted the EQAO assessment, and we had many students who weren't it's not that they weren't capable, they just weren't ready to write that assessment at that time. So I see that as a real feather, and that's been achieved. But we're also trying to acclimatize our staff and understanding that, because everybody has written before, right? So we're really helping people with the guides for our administrators and our teachers in terms of making sure the fidelity of that is implemented. For example, a student should not be writing if they cannot read independently. That's a big difference. Yeah, that's a big difference. And so, again, helping our staff to understand that, to have fidelity with the test the way it is now. So that's going to show up different in scores moving forward. Mm-hmm.
So supplemental, that's not like an accommodation thing for a scribe. That's who cannot
read.
Kind of regular support with special education support.
So, for example, an ELD, and a perfect example that would come to mind is an ELD student who is step 1. right? Yeah. So that's a good thing. So there's lots of changes. It's going to take us a while. It's still called EQAO, but it is different. So it's going to take us a while. So this is the first drawing in the sand, and we need to now work from there in developing the strategies and implementing those strategies with fidelity to do the work and being able to measure accordingly, oranges to oranges or apples to apples. So it's a big change.
Quickly, Trustee Chin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the endeavor that you have done, and including the teachers. And what I mean is that I'm not talking about any good things you have done. It's obviously I want to pinpoint what shortcomings we should focus to improve our future education. And what I have seen is that we have a lot of excuse, and we are not really, finding out the main reason. And if there is any lack or gap that we can fill and to make improvement. And as for the test, EQAO test, excuse me. Sorry. As for the test, it's a standard test. Excuse me. I'm sorry. 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 Yeah, sorry. I mean, all the factors and barriers you mentioned actually happen all across the board, all province. They are all new to the software. And but compared with the provincial level, our performance is lower. It's lower than the standard. So I'm not criticizing, but we need to find out the real reason and what resource we can use to improve that. And I mentioned PD Days is one resource. Another is that we see a lot of parents, their feedback. For example, I think there are too many initiatives focus on basics, reading, writing, math, and arts.
Trustee Chin, do we have a
Our
question?
education's,
We just need a question.
yeah.
Please,
So
more
yeah,
time.
a lot of parents concerns that we have too much distraction. We are not focusing back on the quality education and student achievements. So we should try to ask why they have such concerns and what's our performance, and if we can improve. That's what we hope. And obviously, we all want to get together to improve the education, to protect the kids, to improve their achievement. So I think we should focus more on how to improve instead of excuse. Thank you.
Anything to add?
Okay, so I think what you've asked is that you feel, thank you for the compliments for the work of the teachers and the work of the collective team in doing that. And yes, I do believe that everybody wants the same desired result. I honestly am not making excuses. I'm telling you what's happening in schools, and they're happening across schools across the province. But I will give you an example that it's not evident when you see the data. So if you go back to the slide from mathematics, the very first slide, here's something that doesn't come out in this. So it says there, look at the secondary response. So when the assessment was given originally before the pandemic, they divided academic and applied students, 88% and 52%. But then they've merged them with the de-streamed math, and it's 54%. So that looks like dismal when you first look at it. And I was part of meetings with directors across the province in EQAO, and there was a pushback from school districts about that. But here's something that you wouldn't know when you looked at that. Every single student in our board that wrote the grade 9 assessment passed. Everyone. Yeah. Yeah, and that's actually very good. They all passed the assessment, and we are 2% above the provincial average. So I know when you're looking at the data, you really need to dig into it to know what's happening. And I can't stress enough the impact that the pandemic had on social emotional needs with students reintegrating into school. And I say the comment of Maslow before Bloom, we need to take care of people. We need to take care of our students. And of course, the focus of the work is the instruction of mathematics and literacy. And nobody's making excuses. It's difficult work, again, large scale in a system, and there's implications that's happening. So if that's interpreted as excuses, I'm interpreting it as a reality. When we can't conduct professional development, that's problematic. When we can't release teachers to engage in professional conversation, that's problematic. When students have mental health issues that it's difficult for integration into the classroom, it's problematic. Nobody is deliberately putting any distractors in the way of doing the work, because that is the work in our classrooms. Teachers are coming to work every day and focusing on math, focusing on literacy, earnestly focusing on reading. Reading has been really well implemented because we didn't have to rely. We had an internal mechanism of release for teachers this year. So that didn't stop. That's where you're seeing the big progress happening. But other items, we've had to cancel things. And I'm not blaming anyone. It's the circumstance that we're in. So it becomes challenging. I fully agree with you. That is the work. It has always been the work. It's just some days it's more difficult than others. And it's the time we need to find alternative ways of bringing that learning to teachers and alternative ways to provide them support for that small group instruction in the classroom. And that too, as there's been some announcements with the GSN around that. And again, we need to be really focused on the resources that we have. And that work is happening right now to plan forward.
Thank you so much for all of your work and
Thank
all
you.
of that knowledge. I would love to move on to the environmental stewardship as quickly as we can. We are cutting into time. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm glad to be here to provide a presentation on environmental stewardship. It's work that I collaborate with my partner, my colleague, Shelley Armstrong, Superintendent Shelley Armstrong, and Juliana Hinchcliffe as the Manager of Facility Services. The work around environmental leadership is really around change, and that takes time. But to do this work, all hands need to be on deck because it's having, you can see right now, the weather. I don't know, last night they were predicting snow. It was May 1st. There's an impact because of what's happening with the environment. So the mission is to create and sustain a culture of environmental stewardship that focuses on practices which support the creation of confident learners, engaging communities, and demonstrating ethical stewardship. And of course, the goal is to engage students in that learning around practices around energy conservation, water, waste minimization, and the greening of natural habitats. Those are the big domains that we're focusing on in the work. So what did we do? We hired 2 environmental stewardship instructors, Dana Simonovic and Craig Weglars, outstanding teacher educators in our system. And then we had the support of the outstanding teacher consultant, Fawada Hamzi. They've worked as a collective team to provide engaging opportunities for students across the system. So when Shelley and Julie and I talked and we were planning forward and working with the team, we decided we wanted to drill down a little bit and be more focused with the work. So we went to 2 families of schools where there was a predominant amount of support. It was Bell River and Walkerville. And then we put out a message to the system. So those teachers were there from Monday to Thursday. Then we put out a message to the system, and we had 273 requests for them to come out to classrooms. Like, the demand is out there. There's an eagerness for it. So what did they do? We met with the instructors. We met with the administrators of those 2 families of schools, and we conducted a waste audit. In fact, what it was is Juliana had an external person come in and do the initial waste audit. And then we engaged in assemblies, and then we did wildlife assemblies, and then class presentations, and also did presentations to parent council. So those hands-on activities the kids love. I'm going to tell you which one's the favorite, and you might be surprised with it, but you know, I am not actually, because it's students. So waste minimization, there were assemblies that were done at the different levels, the different divisional levels. There were 43 assemblies conducted in those schools, and every one of the activities that were done in the classroom or in an assembly included extension work. There were lots of waste audits done in 128 classrooms. They did recycling refreshers. They did recertification of the lunch monitors who would walk around the class and say, hey, remember to put the plastic here and put this there, right? So students were being good stewards in doing that work. And then parent presentations to parent councils as well as to the IB schools. So what were the topics that they did? You can see them on the screen. 10 different programs like reduce, reuse, recycle, living things, invasive species like Phragmites and the impact that has on the environment. And kids find all of that super interesting. They loved each of the sessions. So that initial waste audit happened, and then while they were doing the work in the schools, the 2 instructors were doing observational work and collecting data. and they would monitor what was happening in the classrooms. And then we even did sweater day, which was really super positive. Cozy up, wear the sweater, turn down the heat a little bit. We don't know I don't have the actual results on that, but that does make a huge difference. And Juliana has that information, so we look forward to an update in the future on that. So what did they say about the effectiveness of those waste minimization presentations? 93% of the educators indicated the presentations were very effective, and 83% indicated they were effective in encouraging staff and students to further have discussions about how do they manage the waste in their school. And so those assemblies that were done outside of those pilot schools in Bell River and Walkerville, they indicated 64% indicated that it was very effective. 28 said, well, maybe it was effective, and 7 said it didn't work for them. So the schools where the pilots, it was much stronger. So what were the types of programs that the kids did in the classroom? Well, there's the Beaver Life Lodge build, which is for the primary students. Love that. And the Beaver Life Dam build, which is for the older students. And if you look there, the biodiversity, water conservation, and so on. But the most favorite one was the owl presentation and the pellet dissection. The grosser the better, right? They just magnets to that work, would go home and tell the families about dissecting those owl pellets. And they found it was all hands-on learning activities. And you know what it tells us? It tells us that students are curious. They're curious, and that's when we need to feed that learning so that become informed about the impact that we all have on the environment. So they did those wildlife classes in 141 classes, and what they did is they did a huge display, and there were inquiry stations, and it was all about having a kind and caring perspective of living things on Earth. And then they broke down to those individual classes of 10 different topics that they could do. And we're very busy. Donna and Craig busy every moment of the day in those schools and across the system. So then here in other schools across the board, they also did 35 class visits on recycling. They did individual class visits around topics of those 10 topics with extension activities. They visited our Gains and STEPS classrooms, and they did presentations for SHISM as well. And those system results indicate post-assembly and class visits that 94.4% of the educators chose it to be extremely effective, and 4% said very effective. So very positive response. And the second question in the survey around the effectiveness was students' awareness around the topics presented. 86% of educators responded extremely effective, and 14 said very effective. So here are some comments that I just picked a couple of qualitative comments from the system, and here's where I really need to acknowledge Donna and Craig and Fawada. People make a program. And I had one staff member just organically share with me that their child came home and said, I just had the best teacher today. Just the best teacher, and it was based on one of these presentations. So kids are excited, the programs are engaging, and it's working with the students in that interest about the world around us and how we impact it. So what do our post visits say about the audits in those 8 schools? What it says, like I said, that an external group came in, then we did the intervention, the assemblies, the class visits, the wildlife presentations. They even did certification for students. The post-OS, it indicated that there was huge improvement. There was less contamination in the red boxes, which were for paper and cardboard, and the blue boxes, which are for glass, cans, and plastics. But our best students, our primary students, they got it going on. The classes were the best there. And so I think we need to look to our primary students to set the example. So what's next with this work? We are going to extend, the goal was to extend to 2 new families of schools next year, and to go back and circle back to those other 2, and to build that over a 5-year plan to touching all of our schools with more intensive work around environmental studies. And if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Any questions, Trustee Hatfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know that our outdoor education is very important, and we have cherished the program on Fighting Island. And I noticed here, I wasn't surprised about the deterioration of our portables. I've been in them many times, and they were in pretty bad shape. But Yahoo, here I read that BASF donated a double portable to the program. That's awesome. And my question is, what have we done to recognize that donation?
Great question. Well, Mark at BSF, he's an angel. I can't say enough about him. He's like a magnet, and they don't have to do any of this work. So when the portable was just trashed finally through the pandemic, he got the donation of the portable. So we're working with him for the restoration of that portable. We're working to start back on the island. It looks like we're going to probably start back in the fall. But he has been recognized as a champion in education. So we're really happy about that. So they've been a wonderful partner for 20 years now. And we need to cherish that very unique partnership. Thank you for the question.
Anything further, trustees? Thank you so much, Dr. Howitt. Always, always very engaging. We have no delegations this evening, and we have one person on the speakers list, Julie Malott from Kitchener-Waterloo.
Hello. Oh, there's my voice. Lovely. Everybody's different, you know? All right. Do I just get started? Awesome. Good evening, trustees. Thank you for receiving my presentation. While I'm not a resident of Essex, I attended this evening representing a group of local parents who have asked me to speak on their behalf regarding the mental health and social transition of LGBT students within your schools. Let me first share a bit about myself. I am a transgender parent of a high school student in Waterloo Region. Over the past year, I have had the opportunity to work alongside parents and trustees in boards including Ottawa, Toronto, Halton, and Waterloo Region. I am also a member of a coalition of doctors, psychiatrists, medical researchers, and other stakeholders who hold concern with mental health and physical well-being of transgender students. Those who work with children are in agreement that we have encountered a rapid degradation of mental health across the board over the last 30 years. This spans beyond the education system and can be attributed to excessive use of cell phones and social media, amongst other factors. It is also well established that the LGBT students face higher rates of mental health issues than other students. This was addressed by Stephen Lecce, our Minister of Education, just yesterday during a press conference. Why is this? It would be easy to presume that this is a result of bullying and lack of acceptance of diverse identities. Those are factors, and I'm encouraged to see that this board has a heart to reduce and eliminate hate towards all marginalized individuals. Tonight, however, I wish to raise consideration with respect to social transition in schools, and specifically transition done without parental involvement, and the potential deleterious effect this has on mental health. Identity is core to young and old alike, and for a child, conceptualization of identity is especially unstable. Children find identity in their friendships, hobbies, and interests, life successes, religion, personal characteristics, and more. It's easy to create an image in our mind of a child who adopts a cross-gender identity. Many of us might place a picture of a little boy or girl who has never fit in with the stereotypes of their assigned gender. We might imagine that this child who excels dramatically once they're affirmed as their preferred gender and suddenly makes a 180-degree turn from their previous unworkable life. Poster child stories like this do exist, but they're not the complete picture. Comorbidity is commonplace, and a significant overlap is seen between individuals with gender dysphoria and those who experience autism, mood disorders, anxiety disorders, borderline personality disorders, and more. For some children, transition perpetuates or is resultant of underlying conditions that require professional attention. This is not school council level stuff. These conditions require expertise from clinicians to diagnose. In this school board, the mental health of students who assert to be transgender is not handled appropriately because you have a policy which prevents parents from knowing about a social transition. But it's just a name and pronoun, some say, regarding social transition. I say from personal experience that this is a profound intervention. We must remember that there is a social cost to desisting. Unlike a sexual identity like being gay or bi, a cross-gender identity is salient. Every teacher you have, every student you interact with, they all know about your gender identity. It's something you wear on your face. Backing out this identity once you've formed friendships and social standing under the identity is not nearly as trivial as it might sound. I have seen the tears of regrets in the eyes of detransitioners as they tell me their stories. While my story of transition success matters, so too do their stories of deep regret. Now, clearly, this is not within the school's expertise to vet whether or not transition is appropriate for a given child. Mental health and psychiatric support are effective in helping to sort through complex feelings and emotions, but that mental health support can only happen if the medical community is involved and the connection between the school and the healthcare system is the family. I understand the motivation of your policy. I was 12 years old when I came to understand myself as transgender, and I was deeply ashamed and did not want my parents to find out at any cost. But do you know what else was also true? My parents were kind and loving individuals. They would not have approved of my transgender identity, just as they do not approve of it today. But I would not have been in danger. My parents finding out would have been the best outcome for me. By hiding this from parents, I lived a double life and I hid who I was. That is what I find so concerning about this policy. We are isolating children from both their families and the medical support community. Maybe social transition is the right path for a given child, but who is helping the child support this? When you transition in part of your life but not everywhere, it's natural to invest only in the relationships where you feel affirmed and let those not in the loop slip further away. This dissonance between those two competing social circles, the one where you're affirmed and the other where you are not, can bring even more intense dysphoria. Identity is complicated and transition is complicated. This is simply beyond the expertise of a school board to handle, and this is why the medical community and the family needs to be involved. And I spoke faster than I expected to because I'm done.
Do we have any questions of clarification from our trustees? Any questions of clarification? Thank you so much for making the travel and sharing your,
Thank you for
your
having
journey
me.
with us.
Do I push
Thank
the
you.
little button again?
Sure.
Yeah, lovely.
Do we have any new business this evening, trustees? Any new business? Seeing none. We have the reports to be received that we were just presented this evening. Do we have any trustee questions this evening? Seeing none. Any notices of motion? Seeing none. Any announcements this evening? Well, we have, oh, sorry, trustee Burgess.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You might have wanted it might be on your list, but I just want to draw the attention to the remnants of a box over there that have Smile cookies in it. This year, every year, many organizations, of course, every year petition the Tim Hortons group to, be recipients of the Smile Cookie campaign, which happens in the beginning of May. And this year, this week, right now, as in buy your cookies now, this week, We Care for Kids and the local Ontario Student Nutrition Program are the recipients of, the grateful donations. All the proceeds go to those two organizations when you buy Smile cookies. So make that the treat of, I know it's incongruous with fruit, with Fit Week and all of that, but everybody needs a little reward. So put them in the freezer if you need to. At any rate, please support that because it's really important for us.
Thank you very much, trustee Burgess. So I will go through the list of what is included in May. We have on trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. I can make an announcement then? Thank you. So this past Friday, I was very happy to see our system participate in lowering the flags to half-mast in recognition of the Workers' Day of Mourning, a very important time to remember those who have lost their lives while at work or who have suffered injury or illness due to their employment situation. This morning, I was happy to attend our Occupational Health and Safety Day at Herman. And with us this morning was the Chief Prevention Officer and Assistant Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Labor, Dr. Joel Moody. Great guy, great guy, who spoke to the Assembly this morning and emphasized the importance of our young people knowing their rights and responsibilities when they go out into the workplace. And the activities that were arranged this week with our own Tim Lozon taking the lead, our Health and Safety Officer, all of our secondary students will receive this program this week to make them aware of what to expect. because many of them are already in the workplace or will soon be in the workplace with their part-time jobs while they're going to school. And it's really important that, that our youth are aware of what to expect when they go on the job and to expect good training on health and safety without being afraid to raise concerns. Because very sadly, statistics show that young and new workers are more likely to get injured or killed on the job compared to more experienced workers. And so I'm very happy that our school board has taken on this initiative this week in response to the trustees' motion from last fall, and hope that this keeps up every year. So thank you very much to everyone who was involved in the Occupational Health and Safety Day today, and for bringing Dr. Moody in. Brilliant. Thank you.
Before I get to my list, Trustee McKinley has said she has an announcement.
I'd just like to remind everyone that our own GECDSB Special Olympics will be coming next May 8th and the 12th. I think the 8th is elementary and the 12th is secondary at Essex High School. So if you want to really enjoy watching our students, that is the great place to go. I think it usually starts 9:30, 10-ish. Kind of isn't always exactly on the minute because it depends on the buses and how they come in. But generally, if you're there by 9:30, you get to see the parade and watch. So I just encourage you to check out the our own local Special Olympics. They are a treat to attend. I always love to go.
So without further delay, May 5th is National Day of Awareness for Missing Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and People. The week of May 1st to the 5th is Children's Mental Health. 1st to the 5th is also Education Week. 1st to the 5th is also Staff Appreciation Week. It's a very busy week. And it's Fit Week. May 10th is Bear Witness Day for Jordan's Principle. May 14th is Mother's Day. May 17th is International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. May 22nd, Victoria Day. May 26th, Buddha's birthday. May 26th is also Shavuot, and May 28th is Whit Sunday, and May 29th, National Accessibility Week. I wish you all well as we adjourn today. Motion to adjourn. Trustee Burgess, Trustee Sipcar, we're going into Ops and Finance now. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to call this Operations and Finance meeting to order. In regards to attendance, we have regrets from Trustee Leclerc. All other trustees are here present, including our student trustees. Approval of agenda. Trustee Hatfield and Trustee Burgess, all in favor? And that moves. Declaration of a conflict of interest. No declaration of conflict of interest. Approval of minutes of April 4th, 2023. Trustee Sipcar, Trustee Cook.
Excuse me, I have a question regarding this minutes.
Yes, Trustee Jean.
Thank you. On page 2 in the minutes, on April 4th, the notice of motion part, Trustee Chin noted that she wanted to move a motion regarding flying the Christian flag. Chairperson Leclerc ruled the motion out of order as it had been previously ruled out of order. I think this is misinformation. My motion was different. It's not regarding flying the Christian flag. Actually, the motion was never allowed to speak out, and the motion was regarding the review of current flag policy in order to reflect full inclusiveness of our board. It is not just related to Christian flag. Any community flag, including Muslim
Point of
flag,
order. Point
black
of order.
community flag.
Point of order. That has to stay. That is the way it's written. That is the minutes. You cannot go through your motion. There is no change in the minutes because that's exactly what happened. So we need to move on.
Chair, is
Trustee Chin, just 1 second.
okay.
The chair is going to speak.
Trustee Chi, would you like to make a motion to amend the agenda?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
The minutes, excuse me, the minutes.
Yeah, I will make a motion to adjust it.
Oh, my apologies. First time chair, you can't amend the minutes.
She can, hold on, point of order. Trustee Chin's identifying an error. I would suggest an amendment that just strikes regarding the flying of the Christian flag. Trustee Chin noted that she wanted to move a motion, period. If I can get a seconder, that would be the amendment that I would suggest. Trustee Hatfield, is that okay with you, Trustee Chin, if we strike motion, regarding flying the Christian flag?
And also the reason, as it has been previously ruled out of order, that's not correct. Because it was not the exact same motion.
Okay, I can amend to say flying the Christian flag is removed, and Chairperson Leclerc ruled the motion out of order, and we can and also amend to strike as it has been previously ruled out of order. That was his rationale, though. Whether it's correct or not is irrelevant in my view, but I think that an amendment is a compromise.
It was a mispresumption. It's just he thought it was. It wasn't.
That's okay though. I think it's a compromise of we're striking
Point
one
of order.
thing. So
Point of order which supersedes the discussion. This is an example of what it was captured, what happened. It's true at the moment, just as it's true right now and in every meeting. Madam Chair, we can challenge your ruling. We had an opportunity, every person in the room had an opportunity to challenge the chair in the ruling of being out of order. Trustee Chin, whose motion was being attempted, could have challenged the chair. We have procedures for challenging the chair.
Point of order.
That was not taken.
No, point of order.
That was not taken. These minutes accurately reflect what was attempted to happen. It was ruled out of order. If you wanted to amend the minutes, you could amend it by saying there was no challenge to the chair, but that's moot.
Point of order. Point of order.
No,
I had not finished my
Okay.
the point of order, and so therefore you know that the point of order has to be concluded before another point of order comes
Okay.
forward. So I just want to make that point, that the minutes don't have to reflect the actual truth of whatever argument. It has to capture what happened at the time by the person who's taking the minutes, and the assembly agrees whether or not that's their interpretation of what they thought happened. If something wants to be corrected afterwards, you can bring that out. But this is supposed to be not verbatim. It's to capture what was trying to be conveyed. It was ruled out of order. It was not challenged, and it had been previously ruled out of order. That was the interpretation of the chair. And this assembly didn't challenge that.
Point of order. Okay.
Actually, Trustee Chin, Trustee Sipkar.
Yeah.
If I could just speak to it, Trustee Chin, do you mind shutting off your mic, please? I'm still going to keep the amendment then as just striking regarding flying the Christian flag. I appreciate Trustee Burgess's point right now. And I think that because Trustee Chin is indicating that she did not get her full sentence out at the time, we can go review the tape. We don't need to, debate it right now. I think it would be a fair way to just strike regarding the Christian flag, and that would suffice. I think Trustee Burgess is also correct in saying that it was ruled out of order, and that was the interpretation of the chair, even if that wasn't the intention. So what I'm suggesting is that we just amend by removing regarding flying the Christian flag.
Point of order, there is further misinformation by Trustee Burgess. Because at that meeting, I did quote point of order loudly twice. I was ignored. My right to appeal the out of order decision was not given, was get rid of. So I was not, all my rights was not respected. And the fact is that it didn't ask me finish any order before he called out of order. And you mentioned it has been previously ruled out of order is not fact.
Trustee Chin, would you like to stick to the amendment?
I would like to withdraw my my support of the amendment.
There is no support.
I challenge that because it's more misinformation. I did quote out of.
Point of order, Madam Chair. If a motion is on the floor and it has no seconders, in this committee with our present rules,
I second that.
can it be discussed?
It cannot be discussed. Trustee Chin, we're moving on.
Thank you.
Thank you. So no other business arising from the minutes. Oh. All those in favor of the minutes? Unamended. And that passes. Thank you. Any presentations? We have no presentation. Oh, business arising from the minutes? No business arising from the minutes. We don't have any presentations. Delegations, there were no delegations at the time of the agenda preparation. We have one speaker on the speakers list. Before we do that, I just want to remind everyone that this is a business meeting of the board. All discussions and materials must be free of content, which is contrary to the Ontario Human Rights Code and other laws of Ontario and Canada. All behavior must be courteous and respectful at all times. A person's whose behavior disrupts a meeting or whose remarks are felt to be offensive or inappropriate will be called to order and given an immediate opportunity to withdraw the remarks. Refusal may result in eviction from the meeting. So I'd like to invite on our speakers list, Patsy Kopas, please. Welcome, Patsy. Ms. Kopas, what are you speaking on, please? Item K1?
Yes.
Thank you. And you have 5 minutes, please.
Yes. Good evening, trustees. My name is Patsy Kopas. I'm a guardian of a student in the Greater Essex County District School Board. I've read the 2023-24 budget survey and public consultation report and dissected the results. My biggest observation was how low the participant numbers were. You got 1,206 responses from 9 municipalities. I do not feel that enough was done to promote the survey. If you use social media correctly on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and your website, you would have got way more than the dismal 246 visitors to your website. I know that you also sent out a release. Was it through the newspaper? In the report, it says that the people spent 3 minutes on the page, which again is a very low retention rate. This report reads, the finance department worked with the communications officer to leverage social media. Who are they and how much did this cost to promote and to tally the results? Did you ever think of asking students to help with social media promotion? This would have been an excellent project for them, which could have contributed to their volunteer hours. The survey, even with a low participation rate, did prove that the most pressing priority is not math, science, or even technology. Number 1 was mental health for students, 2 was special education, 3 was reading, writing skills, and lastly, mental health for staff. I have personally spoken to a social worker who has seen a substantial increase in new student patients. I also had the opportunity to talk to a school principal today who returned my call, and I talked with them about the efforts in helping students suffering with their mental health, one being Wellness Wednesdays. I truly sympathize with the teachers who are having to get extra training and dealing with a lot of stress in their jobs. The COVID-19 pandemic had significant impact on students in Ontario. Remote learning, many struggled with the lack of social interaction and face-to-face support from teachers and peers. Disruption to academic progress. The shift to remote learning may have affected their ability to learn and to perform to their full potential. Mental health concerns, isolation, uncertainty, and anxiety related to the pandemic have contributed to increased stress and mental health concerns among students. I'm going to be referring to the survey. In reference to questions 3 to 5, you had to choose the top 3 priorities for budget decisions and the allocation of funding. Question, are there other areas or initiatives that should be considered during the development of the 23-24 budget? Under supplementary information, your page 7, table 6, question 3, responses for priority 1 listed as other. It would be important to know if these responses came from teachers, student, parents, or guardians. These are some responses that run from page 8 to 44. There's not enough time to read all of them. These are some of them. Page 15, participants asked for more funding and better wages. Page 16, violence in the classroom, providing support for students who need it. Page 17, replacing woke teachers and those pushing the agenda. Page 18, address the damage, harm done by segregation of vaccinated and unvaccinated staff and students the past years. Page 21 was full of bullying. Page 23, discipline, structure in the classroom, no more aggressive students running around the school, disrupting all the other students that also have a right to an education. Page 25 is repeated many times, equity, human rights, inclusivity. Page 26, focus on mental illness, kids are struggling. Page 29, I think there are too many initiatives, focus on the basics, reading, writing, math, the arts. Our education system is falling behind, and I think much of it is due to the initiatives that have no place in K-12 public education. This came from teachers, students, or guardians. Page 33 to 34 was all about mental health. Page 46 was all about support staff and wages, and page 48, staff burnout. On page 57, mental health and well-being was allocated $2.6 million. I would be interested in how the schools are helping with students' mental health, and if given more money, how it will be distributed, and will kids get professional help. COVID Learning Recovery Fund, last year, $5.1 million was provided to the board under this program. What was this money used for? I realize that schools are suffering from declining enrollment, but how on earth did we get so far in debt? From the survey, I see a lot of burnout, people not being paid good wages, lack of technology, lack of discipline, and we still have bullying. We need better fiscal responsibility, and we also need trustees to respond to our emails that we send with valid concerns. As I have just learned, they are not obligated to do so, and I only have 5 minutes to speak on this topic. I have one last sentence. Lastly, I also saw a response to reducing costs in the school was to have less people on the school board. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of clarification for the speaker? No questions of clarification? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to new business. Seeing none. Reports, we have Superintendent Armstrong here today to provide us with an update on budget survey and public consultation, as well as the GSN.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. We have 2 reports that we are providing today that are in the board package. The first one is a report on the 2023 budget survey and public consultation. Administration has prepared the report for trustees to share the results of the consultation process. The consultation consisted of the budget survey, which was made available to the members of the public for a 5-week period. There was a YouTube video that was on the board's website and through the board's YouTube channel that explained the board's budgeting process and also explained the Ministry of Education funding process. There were 2 public budget consultation meetings that were offered to the public at the board meetings of April 4th and April 18th. And as well, members of the finance staff met with GECPIC and the Special Education Advisory Committee as well to go over the budget process, The board report also provides the results of the public consultation. We've tried to be very transparent in sharing the comments that were provided by the budget survey. It's important to note that the opinions or the comments that are included in the report are provided by individual members of the school community. Administration will carefully consider the public input as it finalizes the budget. The budget will support inclusion, diversity, and equity of all of our students and staff. I would also like to point out that there are several comments in the survey which do make reference to wages and benefits of certain employee groups. I appreciate the comments. I think we all appreciate the comments. It is important to note, though, that matters with respect to wages and benefits are negotiated with the province directly and not individual school boards. In terms of the second report that we're providing, it is an update on the GSN. On April 17th, the ministry released the 2023-24 GSN and the related technical paper, together with tabling legislation for Bill 98, which is the Better Schools and Students Outcomes Act. Administration has prepared a report that summarizes the key changes to the GSN, and we've also provided a summary of GSN funding from a provincial perspective. Also included in this report is certain board-specific funding regarding capital funding, announced partnerships and priorities fundings, as well as a provincial projection of the board's funding. We are in the process of updating our EFIS forms, which is the ministry system that we input our data into. And this will generate our final GSN funding for 2023-24 based on our projected enrollment. And we will be bringing forward updates to the board on our next Operations and Finance Committee meeting, and then the final budget on June the 20th. I got the date right. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions on K1? Yes, Trustee Burgess. Either one. Budget survey. Or GSN. Yeah.
I will have more questions, but just over the weekend we had our provincial organizations staff give us their interpretation of the GSN. So we didn't have the Greater Essex, sharp focus. But in all my years of listening to the education finance person at OPSPA, they were the most concerned and the most dire. These are very common, very analytical, and very, I heard some real concern. So even from a cursory look at, like the short report you gave or whatever, I asked at the last meeting whether there was a feeling that there was more tension around it. What I heard was there was an announcement of an increase, but it was really a repackaging of some funds and that were underspent. So, like many things that we get announcements of, if it comes late in the year, if it comes and it doesn't fit your exact need, you're given something and it's underspent, it's clawed back to the province, and then it's kind of renamed and trotted out again. And so the increases that we think we're getting may not actually materialize as increases, and in fact, they might be, from an inflationary point of view, less. So my question, my concerns are, is that an accurate reflection? I think all of us were kind of shocked around the table. that we're all going to be, I got the quote here, heavily impacted, and that our buying power is heavily impacted.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. We've done some preliminary work in EFIS, and I can share some information with you, just knowing that this is still very preliminary. This budget is going to be extremely challenging to pass a balanced budget, and there's a number of reasons for it. The ministry increased the GSM by 2.7% for its base funding, but it's not keeping abreast of inflation. Inflation is 4.5%. When we've budgeted for our heating costs for 23-24, we expect that those are going to increase 15%. And our water costs are going to increase 5%. We took our snow tendering out to tender, and the lowest bid, we're looking at, on the same number of visits that we had last year, is an additional $2 million. The time-limited funding that was provided in 2022-23, some of it has not been renewed by the ministry. We had $5.2 million for the COVID Learning Recovery Fund, and that funding is gone. And we had $1.5 million in tutoring supports, and that funding is gone. There is a new funding model for student transportation that's been introduced in 23-24 on a very specific set of service parameters. So it's consistent throughout the province. We actually won on that one. Right now we're projecting to pick up approximately $2 million in funding, but unfortunately we also got the projection for transportation costs, and even with that $2 million, we're going to be running a $1 million deficit in transportation. There were changes to the funding methodology for Indigenous education and a realignment to, and this is not my words, to better support education priorities. This is a funding decrease to the board in that funding envelope of $1.7 million. Funding for special education has not changed substantially. And if you remember from last year, for 22-23, we had a $9 million funding deficit. We will have the same this year if we don't make any substantive changes to services. We've talked about occasional teacher costs and absenteeism. We fully expect that will, the rates will be about the same as what we're experiencing in the current year. And if you recall, at revised estimates in December, we went forward and requested a deficit budget to be approved, in part to provide an additional $3.1 million for those costs. And we would expect we're going to need that same level, which is a total of $13.1 million for those costs. We're not funded nearly to that level by the ministry. Our projected enrollment for 23-24 versus 22-23, when we compare the original budget from last year to the projected budget for this year, our student enrollment is going to be up 396 students. However, when we compare our projected enrollment to what we put in at our revised estimates in December, it's actually a decrease of 598 students. So we'll be triggering the declining enrollment grant, and we should get approximately $960,000 for that. There are other funding increases that we are getting, but that's simply just adjustments by the ministry for the salary and benefits benchmark, and that's determined by the ministry. Our capital funding for school condition improvement funding is a $4 million decrease than what we got last year. Our school renewal funding of about 6.5 million remains unchanged. On top of that, the ministry has imposed time limits for the use of that funding. Sometimes there's challenges in spending that money because it's hard to get a skilled trade, it's hard to tender the work for those reasons. And so we were in the past able to defer that revenue and spend it in subsequent years. But now there are time limits in terms of when that money has to be spent, or the government will claw that back. So that's the positive news that I have right now. We're still working on it. It's very preliminary. I'm not trying to alarm people, but I'm trying to be, quite frankly, realistic that this is going to be very difficult and challenging, and there's going to have to be difficult decisions that are made in order to present a balanced budget, which we need to really contemplate that, because you can't keep spending more than what you're receiving.
Madam Chair, I have a supplemental, a specific one that was in my notes, and it's about wages and benefits, but it wasn't in camera. It's something that is in the budget, and it's about the 2% cost update for non-staff portion, et cetera, 2% inflationary increase, blah, blah, blah. But it's the EI and CPP. And we have to help offset the significant, benefit increase and the additional pension responsibilities that we're obligated to. So when EI and CPP contributions and whatever goes up, generally money kind of flows to cover those costs, because those are federal statutory things that happen, that have an impact, and yet the provincial government didn't have the money to flow to cover something that the feds are saying, well, no, you have to, it has to be contributed more. What bottom line? I heard TDSB, $28.8 million of CPP and $1.1 million of EI. What is it to us for our contributions for CPP and EI that we don't have a choice? We got to pay that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I can't answer that question yet.
Okay.
It's tricky. I'm surprised they were able to calculate it because of the way the benchmarks are working in the GSN. It's hard sometimes to pull out all the benefit components, but you are correct. We are not funded for any of the increases that happen in those federal statutory deductions to the level from the provincial government. So I'll have to get back to you on that.
To that end, since it's a federal thing, federal money, I'm going to say, bailed us out of the ventilation infrastructure stuff. It was money that flowed to the province to help us with capital costs to upgrade, our ventilation, et cetera. When something federal comes like that, can we not maybe, send some information, like a letter or something or other, to our MPs to say that's fine. We understand the funding of employment insurance, fund, NCPP needs more in order for it to be sustainable. Fine, but the money has to flow. So if the province is going to do it, somebody has to. Like we can't keep taking the hit for something that's has nothing to do with kids.
Trustee Hatfield.
Thank you. Just on that, I think at a previous board meeting, I think I brought up that topic about how, because it was discussed in the chair's meeting with the minister, about how we have to pay these federal costs, but we don't get covered for them, and so we already start out in a deficit. Every single board in Ontario starts out their budget in a deficit, and that's just one of the big factors, because we don't get funded to whatever that percentage is that you have to pay for CPP and EI and whatever else for the mandatory deductions. So it is a problem, and it impacts us all. And there's nobody saying anything on the horizon about fixing it, which is problematic as well. So it's pretty hard to balance the budget when you're already starting in the hole. We know we're starting in the hole because of that. We know we're starting in the hole because of transportation costs, because of special education, because of a lot of things. We're already starting in a deficit when we try to create our balanced budget.
Trustee Hatfield, do you have another question?
I just wanted to make a comment, if I could, because I know that this board, for many years, has tried different initiatives to encourage input from the community on our budget, and I just wanted to pay note to the fact that we did advertise 2 public budget meetings to encourage input from the community, and at both meetings we didn't have anyone come to address the budget. And then so the other thing I wanted to comment on was that this survey that we've used is a new tool that's been used by the board only 3 times. And this particular time, we increased the participation by 50% from the last time we used the survey, according to what I'm reading here. So I think that we're making some progress as opposed to not getting public input. But if anybody else has any suggestions on what else we might try, because, you know, we've tried many different things over the years. It's too bad that the public consultation meetings don't get more interest, but I think we'll keep trying. Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Hatfield. Trustee Chin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the information about the budget consultation survey. And I noticed on page 10 on the form, and as for the ranking top budget priorities, actually reading and writing skills, literacy and development has 108 vote as priority, the number 1 priority. But and mental health and well-being staff is 94. So reading and writing skills actually has a lot of concerns from parents as number 1, but it's kind of not emphasized here because it's excluded from the first top 3 priorities. So that's my concern, that because this is very important for changing our priority, and the survey did reflect that it was ignored. And also I have another observation is that we have respondents group, and most of the group is staff members, and 895, and parents and guardians 346. And if we combined all the comments together, I think it's not easy for us to get really, opinions from parents and from different groups. So I would like to suggest we have different group analysis. For parents and guardians, we have different separate group. And what's the priority? Number 1, number 2, number 3. I believe that the knowledge, reading and writing skills and math learning will be on the top 3. If we did that, but in this way we just mixed it up and didn't really have any focus. And also, I just got a parents' question regarding it said the survey should ask if parents want DEI in schools, diversity, equity and inclusiveness in schools, especially given the feedback to educate, not indoctrinate, and cut and divert DEI expenses to core curriculum, and this kind of the issue. If we really want to get the opinion from the parents, we should ask a question directly. Because we got a lot of complaints regarding that, there is no reason for us to get away from those focus questions. It doesn't matter if we just ask their opinion. If they support EDI, no problem. And if they have complaint regarding that, we can check if there is any gap in our rules or priorities. So I think that makes sense. And parents also ask who really promote EDI so much in our board. So I hope you can answer to the parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Armstrong, do you have?
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Okay, that was a lot. So I may not answer all of this. The budget was promoted through social media, through the board's website, through EDSB, through a news release. It was communicated at board meetings, and there was an equal opportunity for staff, parents, students, community members to all participate in the survey. Participating was a choice. So if there were not enough parent responses relative to staff responses, those were choices that people had to whether to engage in the survey or not. When we do the survey, we're trying to gather information about a number of areas to help inform the decisions for the budget. I wouldn't think we would ever ask a question about whether to include or exclude any one single item. There were questions and opportunities in the open-ended questions at the end of the survey for people to communicate their concerns about anything with respect to the budget in terms of providing additional input. And the comments on too much or too little diversity, equity, inclusion are reflected. We were very transparent. We provided all of the comments. We didn't eliminate anything unless it named a staff member specifically. We removed those. And there isn't a lot of information in those comments specifically on that one particular topic. And when we do this budget, we will consider all of the input. And we certainly acknowledge, and I know through Superintendent Howitt's presentation today, reading, math, and literacy is very fundamental work to the board. And while we ranked what we felt were the most common responses, it doesn't mean that those are the only things that we will consider when we do this budget. We will consider all of the input that's been provided, relative as well to the funding we receive from the ministry and all the other initiatives of the board.
Trustee Burgess, do you have a question?
I have a question on the consultation, not on the budget. And questions as far as numbers of questions asked or for clarification, you should be able to get the information. So there isn't a number to those. But anyway, I'm wondering if we can disaggregate the way we collected the data. Can we disaggregate it in any way to see what the responses were from parents, guardians, community versus the comments that were collected from staff? Knowing, of course, that staff, by and large, are also parents and guardians. So you don't know what hat they had on when they were identifying as staff and being fully informed in the classroom and outside the classroom, having students in their household. So, and who were just community members who have no, kids in the system, like 70% of public education supporters. So can we disaggregate that? Did we attempt to? Would it change? Would it show maybe something that would inform professional development, for example, for staff, where they're saying these are the areas that we really need more support? Could it also put a spotlight on how we can best support parents and guardians who want some adult tutoring and help in order to help their kids achieve whatever? Have we tried that? And was GECPIC part of this? Because I want to know if our official voice of the parents and guardians had a play in this in promoting.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Did we attempt? No. Is the data available? Because everyone was answering anonymously. I would have to follow up to see whether we could disaggregate it, knowing though you'll never be able to pull any one piece out on its own, because a staff member could be a parent, a community member, right? So that would be challenging. We could certainly consider it for future years. In terms of GECPIC, I'll turn that over to Superintendent Hillman.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. We were pleased to have a presentation at GECPIC in detail. To the point of 40 minutes in, Superintendent Armstrong giving me the look like, oh my goodness, we're okay. It was a very interested group. In addition to that, sharing of the questions themselves and the nature of that, we followed up with GECPIC at our following meeting with the direct link if there was anyone who still wanted to put additional input forward that they could.
First, Trustee Sipgar.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I would like to just take a minute to say I think that the number of respondents is actually exceptional. If most people have ever tried to do a survey or know what's, the number to be statistically significant, this, as the size of our district, it's very high. And that was actually going to be my question, was similarly, did we capture any of that demographic data, and could we see if it is statistically significant? And is that maybe something that we can do moving forward? That's not the real question, but I just wanted to say that, as a researcher, I was like, oh, this is actually pretty good. So with that being said, I did want to ask about the top priority, which were actually the top two priorities, which was mental health and well-being for staff and students. And knowing that so much of our budget is already predetermined, 80% goes to the wages of our staff, and then, we have all these other envelopes, so to speak, in terms of transportation, things that we really can't, snow removal, things that we can't really negotiate on. I wondered within that, more limited amount of our budget that we are able to shift around, do you or do others in administration have any ideas of how that priority can be reflected in our schools or through the budget specifically? Or is that something that is still being, thought about, especially with the new funding announcement from the ministry around mental health specifically? New funding.
I would suggest we're still examining that. I mean, we do have social workers that are available in our schools, and we do have we've had Miss Nolan present to our board, who is our mental health and wellness teacher, who's been going to schools and supporting that. I don't know if any of my colleagues have anything further to add, but we're still contemplating all of those decisions in the budget. But we do acknowledge the significance and importance of those two initiatives.
Just as a quick supplemental, not to put Superintendent Housen on the spot, but I know that this past week at a conference we had one of our own staff, a wellness officer, present, some of the work that they were doing. That was kind of what I was getting at, but I didn't ask you this question in advance. But I'm just curious if those programs are coming out of, those priorities are kind of being reflected in that way. It was an excellent presentation, and I just think there is a lot of good work happening. So maybe as we get closer to the budget, we can hear a little bit more about that, especially as it relates to what was the top, really, two priorities for staff and families.
Trustee Chin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to mention about the previous question regarding separate the groups. I think it's very simple because we have several hundred, respondents for each group, and just send a query questions, and from the database is very easily to get the result. So that's my suggestion. Actually, I'm looking forward to see the result. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to trustee question period. Any questions, trustees? No questions. Notice as a motion. Oh. No notice as a motion. Announcements. Yes, trustee. Yeah.
Kennedy students have been representatives of the unique multicultural mosaic that makes Windsor so special. Students continue to embrace their rich heritage and feel fortunate to be able to showcase their diversity by participating in Multicultural Night, which will be next Wednesday, May 10, from 5 to 7 p.m. at Kennedy Collegiate. This nonprofit event will serve to celebrate the very cultures that make our community so vibrant while supporting new Canadians and recent immigrants to our area. This event comes at no cost, and any donations earned from this event will be put towards the KCI Ambassador Club to serve students. We invite you all to join us Wednesday, May 10th from 5 to 7 p.m. for Kennedy's Multicultural Night. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? I'll make one. Walkerville's 100th anniversary tickets are available for celebrations that start May the 18th, so Walkerville will be celebrating its 100th. Trustee Burgess is one. Oh.
Excited, I'm going.
All right, fantastic. Okay, if there are no more announcements, we're going to adjourn this meeting. Motion to adjourn the meeting. Trustee Sipcar, Trustee Buckler, all in favor? Thank you very much, everyone. Don't move.
Don't move. We're reconvening into our public session. And on that agenda, we're at item E, declaration of conflict of interest for this meeting. Anyone? No? Actions of the private session tonight? Nothing. Approval of the minutes from March 4th? No, April 4th?
I have a question.
April 4th?
I have
By trust-
question. Minutes, yeah.
Yeah, you just
Yes, it's on the floor. It's regarding the regarding the minutes.
Moved by trustee Sipcar. These are the minutes of the meeting from April 4th. Moved by trustee Sipcar, seconded by trustee Cook.
I have, excuse me,
question?
point of order. I have questions.
You
Oh,
don't
okay.
have a point of order, trustee Chin. We just put it on the floor. We have to have a motion first, and then you have a question about the minutes? Okay? What's your question? What's your question?
Okay. My question is that on page 2, notice of motion, trustee Qin noted that she wanted to move a motion regarding flying the Christian flag. Acting chairperson Cook ruled the motion out of order as it had been previously ruled out of order. That's misinformation. I hope it can be changed.
I can't change it if that's what happened and it wasn't challenged at the time. That's what happened at the meeting.
But it didn't reflect the fact. You can say that ruled the motion out of order as it was pre-assumed that it's previously ruled out of order. It's not the fact. And you can say that it was cut off without my finishing my motion. That's the
Sorry.
So
So I wasn't.
the minutes should reflect the facts, not the misinformation, right? This is totally misinformation. This is not my motion regarding Christian flag. It's different motion, and it's not repetitive motion. It's different with previous motion, and I was not allowed to finish at all. That's actually the chair break the rules.
Point of order, point of order. We dealt with this in the committee meeting, and I think the best way forward, if Trustee Chin is to suggest an amendment.
Yes.
That's procedurally what's possible, and then if you get a seconder, it can continue.
Yeah, my motion is that to remove regarding flying the Christian flag, and take out as it had been previously ruled out of order, and if possible, edit it was not finished. Thank you.
So your motion is to change the minutes, to amend the minutes, to say trustee Chin noted that she wanted to move a motion.
That in the minutes, notice of motion cross out regarding flying the Christian flag, and acting chairperson Cook stopped trustee Chin and ruled the motion out of order. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't at the meeting, but do we have a seconder? Do we have a seconder? Whatever, okay.
Can I do that?
What's your question?
My question is, I feel for Trustee Chin's frustration that she was not allowed to finish a sentence, which I think all of us might feel that frustration. So I think what she's asking is to just have the minutes recorded that she was not able to finish what she wanted to say. Is that
Trustee
correct?
Armstrong, the minutes can only reflect
Thank you.
what happened and what was said at the minute. You
And-
can't change it to what you would like it to.
But what
reflect.
happened was she was not allowed to finish.
And that's what the minutes have.
So we had a seconder for the to amend the minutes. All those in support of the amendment? That's,
Could you read the amendment, please?
The amendment is that the minutes be changed to read that trustee Chin noted that she wanted to move a motion, period. And acting chairperson Cook ruled.
Stopped, trustee Chin noted that she wanted to move a motion, but acting chairperson Cook stopped her.
Stopped her and ruled the motion out of order.
Okay. It's totally reflect the fact.
Okay, all those in support of the amendment? 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the motion is carried. So the minutes have been amended.
Thank you.
But you have. I'll just caution people that when you're amending minutes, you've got to amend them to what happened at the time.
Right.
And I have no idea whether that's what happened or not, because I wasn't there. But 5 of you have ruled it in order. Trustee Burgess?
My understanding is we have just now moved an amendment, and trustee Chin noted that she wanted to move a motion, and acting chairperson Cook stopped trustee Chin. And what's the other words?
Acting chairperson Cook stopped her and ruled the motion out of order.
Okay,
Point
I
of order,
heard
the
it.
motion has already carried. I don't know why we're discussing it.
It's an amendment
To the amendment.
that was done. So I would like to offer an amendment to say that the ruling was not challenged. The chair's ruling was not challenged. That also reflects what happened at the time.
Point of order. Actually, in that situation, I was
No,
not
point-
allowed
no.
to say anything further. Even
wasn't
point of
seconded.
order.
Ma'am, I have an amendment, and I don't know if you'd
know.
like to ask for if there's any
So
support
the
for it.
amendment
That's
is.
that's not out of goodwill.
So the amendment
I
is
oppose.
that the. So after it says stopped her and ruled the motion out of the order, period. And trustee Burgess, your proposed amendment is.
The ruling of the chair
ruling of
was
the Chair
not.
was not challenged.
That's correct.
We have a seconder for that amendment.
I'll second that one.
Oh, trustee Buckler. Okay,
No
so
discussion.
this is another amendment to the original motion. So this would add another sentence. So all those in support of that amendment. Pardon? Oh, we have a question on the amendment.
Okay, because of the heated discussion that was going on, even if I understood the rules of parliamentary procedure, which I'm still learning, so I apologize for that, I would never have spoken up because of the heated exchange that was going on. I would not have been comfortable to challenge the chair, even if I had known. So those of you who knew you could challenge the chair,
It has happened since you've been a trustee.
But
Oh,
that was
dear.
a heated discussion in this part. That was the other, that was in another session.
well,
So you participated already once in a challenge of the chair's ruling.
okay, well, I didn't know I could.
Okay, well, you did.
I'm still learning.
Can I add a comment?
Oh, we have a seconder on the amendment. So on the second amendment, trustee Sipkar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the risk of regretting this decision and
Can I
belaboring
just,
the point.
can everybody just turn off your mic if you're not talking? Because it makes it really difficult.
At the risk of belaboring this point, I won't be supporting that amendment. We've never put in our minutes when a ruling is not challenged. There's often rulings and then they remain unchallenged. There's no need to note it because all rulings can be challenged. It's basically like the water we swim in with Robert's rules. So with that being said, I think it's redundant. And I think that the way that the minutes currently read make it more vague so that we can allow for the flexibility and the fluidity of that situation to just be as it were. And if anyone really wants to go know what happened, there is a live stream. So I think that further amending it is unnecessary and I won't be supporting it.
Anyone else on the amendment to speak? Okay.
Can I add a comment? Yeah, on this amendment.
On the amendment,
Yeah.
yes?
Actually, in the previous Operations and Finance Committee, I did ask the point of order twice, and I was cut rudely, and I was not given any, time to appeal that. And the last time,
Point of order, this is not on the amendment.
No, you have to speak to the amendment, Trustee Chin. You can't go back to old business.
What I want to explain that what happened in the last try.
No,
I
no.
want to make the motion, but I was
Point of order, this is not on the amendment, Trustee Jean.
No, Trustee
okay.
Chin.
Respectfully,
Okay, thank
it's
you.
not.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take the vote on the second amendment. All those in support? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the motion has failed. Therefore, the minutes will read, Trustee Chin noted that she wanted to move a motion, period. Acting Chairperson Cook stopped her and ruled the motion out of order, period. Now I'm taking a vote on the minutes as amended. All those in support? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, any business arising from those minutes? Seeing none, there were no recommendations from the Education or Operations and Finance Committee. Are there any notices of motion for this meeting?
I have a notice of motion.
Yeah. You notice the motion, Trustee Chin?
Yes. To protect the integrity and reputation of our board, I move that the GECDSB creates an ad hoc committee to review books of concerns that could be considered age inappropriate, possibly pornographic, and the committee to consist of staff, parents, and trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion. That brings us to the end of our agenda for tonight. So having concluded our business, I'll declare the meeting adjourned and thank everybody for their time tonight. Thank you very much.